10 seconds. The Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Barry Black, will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Magnificent God, great are your mercies, for you are a God of compassion. All day long, we put our hope in you. Thank you for fueling this hope with your compassion and unfailing love. Give us the humility to depend on your guidance as we strive to live for your glory. Lord, forgive us for our sins as we forgive those who sin against us. Use our lawmakers to accomplish your purposes as you show them the path they should choose. Remind them that you are a friend to those who choose to do your will. We pray in your marvelous name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., November 18, 2024, to the Senate, under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Tammy Duckworth, a senator from the state of Illinois, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Patty Murray, President pro tempore.
Okay. Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Embry J. Kidd of Florida, to be United States Circuit Judge for the 11th Circuit.
Madam President.
Leader.
Madam President, the Senate gavels in this week with a lot to do. Off the floor, we'll keep working on government funding, the NDAA, and try to move the ball forward on the Farm Bill and helping communities battered by disaster. And on the floor, the Senate will focus this week on confirming more of President Biden's judicial nominees. The majority will keep working to confirm as many of President Biden's judicial nominees as we can before the end of the year. That will be one of the Senate's top priorities. We'll begin today by voting on the confirmation of Embry Kidd to serve as Circuit Court Judge for the 11th Circuit. Judge Kidd boasts an impressive legal resume and is exceptionally qualified to serve on the federal bench. I'm confident he'll make a great addition to the 11th Circuit. If confirmed, Judge Kidd would be the 45th Circuit Judge and the 216th federal judge confirmed to a lifetime appointment under President Biden and this Senate Democratic majority. The judges we've confirmed represent perhaps the widest range of backgrounds and experiences ever seen under any president. We have more judges that worked as public defenders, legal aid attorneys, civil rights lawyers, federal prosecutors, voting rights lawyers, and more women and people of color than we've had ever had under one administration. And after we vote today, we'll keep going. Tonight, I'll file on additional judges who will move forward on the floor this week. We also have several nominees coming out of the Judiciary Committee on Thursday, and we'll work quickly to move them out of this chamber and onto the bench. So let me repeat. The Senate is going to keep prioritizing judicial and administrative confirmations this week, this month, and for the rest of the year. Now on disaster aid. In addition to confirming more judges and administrative officials, the Senate also has much to do on the legislative side. We must keep the government open after December 20th. We must pass the annual Defense Authorization Bill, the NDAA, just as we've done for over 6 decades. We hope to keep making progress on the Farm Bill. I see the senator from Michigan here, and she's working diligently on that. But today I want to focus on disaster aid, something both Democrats and Republicans have long supported and which impacts people in every state of the country. Earlier today, the OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, released a letter addressed to Congress calling for swift action on disaster aid, along with a detailed breakdown of where that money is needed. Right now, a host of federal programs from various agencies are running critically low on the funding they need to function. In some cases, like the SBA, Small Business Administration, funding's already dried up. Without congressional action, the federal government may not be ready to respond to the next wave of disasters when they strike. Without congressional action, communities that are trying desperately to rebuild will be left in the lurch. Many of the programs in need of replenishing focus on the long-term elements of disaster recovery. When disaster strikes, obviously the first priority is getting people out of danger, providing for their needs. But then, homes need to be rebuilt, schools need to be reopened, farmers need to help recover their losses from ruined crops. Roads and bridges and railways need funding for repairs. Businesses need loans to get back on their feet. All of these priorities are running critically low on federal dollars. A month ago, Speaker Johnson said that getting disaster aid would be a priority upon his Congress's return this month. I hope the Speaker honors that commitment and works with Democrats to get disaster aid done as soon as we can. We should not kick the can down the road nor withhold vital resources the federal government needs to properly help recovering communities. It's a long-standing tradition that when any community is hit by disaster in this great country, we all rally together to help our fellow Americans. With just a few exceptions, this has almost been nonpartisan. That's how it should be on issues like this that impact communities of all kinds and in all places. We must work together to get disaster aid done as soon as possible so that we'll be ready the next time disaster strikes. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President.
The Republican leader,
I ask consent that further proceedings on the quorum call be dispensed with.
without objection.
I've spoken before about the ongoing campaign to undermine the federal judiciary. Left-wing activists and elected colleagues alike continue to make their disapproval of constitutionalist orthodoxy known at all levels. And federal judges who are worried about where things are headed are in a bind. They can't retaliate using their office because they swore an oath to uphold the law without respect to persons. They can't go on social media to defend themselves or put out press statements. That's because the American people rightly expect their judges to focus on deciding cases, interpreting the law, and not engaging in crisis communications. Of course, the founders anticipated some of this dynamic by giving federal judge life tenure. They hold their offices until they give them up, regardless of how loudly law professors may complain. So recent unanswered attacks may not have professional consequences for individual judges, but they do have an alarming effect on the judiciary as a whole. The Article III branch lacks Congress' power of the purse. It can't exercise force like the president. Instead, it relies on the legitimacy of its judgments or its power. And these constant attacks are designed to erode that legitimacy. Leftist law professors and journalists attack the courts, seemingly with impunity. They know they can affect the institution while their targets have to just sit there and take it. And that's why I'm so vocal and consistent in my defense of the federal judiciary. Sometimes, very rarely, the tables turn. Sometimes the judge does get a chance to respond to those who seek to undermine the integrity of the judiciary. It actually happened just last week. At the latest Federal Society convention, Judge Edith Jones of the Fifth Circuit was on a panel of one of the field marshals of the academic project to undermine the judiciary. Any of our colleagues who know Judge Jones wouldn't be surprised to hear that in this academic context, she let the law professor have it. When he complained that this was unfair and that just he wanted to talk about abstract legal principles of judicial integrity, she pulled out his tweets denigrating conservative judges in Texas. The reaction from liberals in the legal academy, although I repeat myself, was outrage. How dare, they said, a judge give one of their own the sort of tongue lashing they give conservative judges every day. Well, bullies always cry foul when they're the ones who get punched right in the nose. So kudos to Judge Jones for standing up for her colleagues. She proved yet again why she's a lion of the bench. And even if organizations like the American Bar Association and the American Law Institute continue to refuse to defend the judiciary from partisan attacks, our federal judges can know that I, at least, will be in their corner. Now, on another matter, I'd like to pay tribute to an organization that has dedicated 40 years to protecting America's children. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children has saved literally thousands of lives. And I hold it in particular high regard because its roots run deep in Kentucky. Over 40 years ago, when I was a local official, the issue of missing and exploited children had yet to receive the national focus it deserved. Thankfully, two public servants, Ernie Allen and John Rabin, had vision and drive on this issue when few others did. John and Ernie proposed to me that Jefferson County create a special unit bridging social services and law enforcement to combat the problem. Together, I believe we created the first police social services team in the nation dedicated to working child abduction and exploitation cases. The team pioneered new techniques, like a statewide fingerprinting effort that met much success, enough success, in fact, that other jurisdictions adopted our model, eventually leading Congress to establish a national center in 1984. Today, the National Center quarterbacks platforms like Amber Alerts and a central tip line, mobilizing a vast network of data, resources, and child welfare professionals to help thousands of families avert tragedy. To date, their work has directly led to the recovery of over 400,000 children. Last year, they recorded a success rate of 88%. So I'm honored to recognize the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children on 40 years of immense service to our country. I know parents all across America are thankful for the peace of mind that, should the unspeakable ever occur, this fine organization stands ready to bring their children home.
Madam President.
The senator from Michigan.
Thank you, Madam President. For more than 2 years, I've been working with colleagues on both sides of the aisle to pass my 6th Farm Bill, the 3rd one that I've either been chair or ranking member of as chair of the Senate Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry. I've met with farmers across the country who've made clear that crop insurance is their #1 risk management tool. Farmers who made clear that the farm safety net must be the backbone of support for all farmers and not just a handful of mostly Southern commodities. I've met with families who are finding it harder and harder to make ends meet as food insecurity in our country continues to grow. And I've met with rural communities who are struggling to access the basic things they need to thrive, like access to health care, including mental health, child care, clean drinking water, and high-speed internet that we are all working to address. The Farm Bill has always been the place where we put the power of the federal government at work in a bipartisan way to support farmers and families and communities. That is the coalition that has always been the foundation of a successful bipartisan Farm Bill. In May, the House released a proposal that would put immense taxpayer resources into a handful of mostly Southern commodity programs. I'm not saying that these farmers don't need support, they do. But it can't be at the expense of millions of other farmers and ranchers in this country. Farmers in the middle of the country. Farmers who grow fruits and vegetables, who run smaller and diversified operations, or lack access to the tools and support that is overwhelmingly favored in the House bill. And the large increases in farm subsidies should not be paid for on the backs of families in need, or the broader needs of our small towns and rural communities. In the spring, I unveiled our Democratic proposal, a 90-page section-by-section bill to try to refocus our negotiations on holding the Farm Bill coalition together and actually getting a bill passed. Not robbing Peter to pay Paul, but instead taking a balanced approach that supports all of agriculture, our families, and rural communities across the country. But unfortunately, this did not spark the serious negotiation I'd hoped for in order to put forward a bipartisan farm bill that can both pass the House, pass the Senate, and be signed by the President of the United States. So today, I'm introducing my Rural Prosperity and Food Security Act, a 1,397-page bill, Madam President. This is it. This is a tremendous amount of hard work that's gone on, both from my staff, and I want to thank a really incredibly smart, creative team of people, and great staff on both sides of the aisle that have worked with us, and colleagues on both sides of the aisle. This particular farm bill has over 100 bipartisan bills incorporated in it. And this is the full text of the farm bill that I believe should pass and can pass and needs to be passed for our farmers and for others so impacted by the farm bill. It's a robust bill. It includes $39 billion in new resources above the farm bill baseline. $39 billion more in funding above the normal farm bill baseline. It puts more farm in the farm bill for all of our commodities, not at the expense, though, of rural communities or American families that are critical to holding the Farm Bill coalition together. It provides farmers with the certainty of a 5-year farm bill, and this is really important. We can do ad hoc help, but our farmers need the certainty of 5-year policy so they can go to the bank, so they can get the financing they need, so they can know how to plan. So this does that. And at the same time, responding to current needs, we're going to move up payments so that we can respond now to more urgent needs, right now, that need to happen. It also authorizes a permanent disaster program to ensure we have a process in place when disasters like hurricanes Helene and Milton strike. And this new program will put a consistent process in place so farmers have certainty and the USDA can get the money out the door. No more scrambling, no more leaving farmers behind. Our farmers deserve this. It also makes a significant investment in Title I for the 22 row crops that receive the lion's share of the resources available in the House proposal. I know, Republican colleagues primarily are focused on Title I. And so we do a number of things to be able to increase support. We move up agricultural risk coverage and price loss coverage program payments by 6 months so that farmers receive assistance faster so they can keep their operations going. One of the things that I've been concerned about with so much reliance on Arkin PLC is it doesn't pay out for a year and a half or 2 years. So we have farmers that need help now, and we can fix that by putting dollars into speeding up the payments, and that's what we do in this bill. It also increases the effective reference prices that trigger help by as much as 15%, with all 22 commodities getting at least a 5% increase for the first time in a decade. The Rural Prosperity and Food Security Act continues to improve crop insurance. Again, the #1 risk management tool that farmers have told us they want, crop insurance. It makes it more affordable and ensures that all farmers have access to this critical tool. It provides more coverage to more farmers at a lower cost. This crop insurance responds much more quickly than the Arkin PLC program. And it's important that we continue to make that as affordable as possible. Importantly, I include a provision that will partially reimburse farmers' crop insurance premiums and what's called NAP fees to put cash in people's pockets who urgently need it right now. Again, we can use the structure and policies of a farm bill rather than ad hoc assistance and just move up the payments, provide more assistance right now, and do it while we're passing a 5-year farm bill. That's what we should be doing. The bill also strengthens support for specialty crops, which are almost half of what we grow. Madam President, our fruits and vegetables and nuts and horticulture in this country. It strengthens support for specialty crops, ensures that farmers have the support they need to make sure we've got American fruits and vegetables on our tables. This is a significant investment in all farmers and all of agriculture because, frankly, farming is one of the riskiest businesses out there, maybe the riskiest. I don't know if other people get up and look at the weather every day to try to figure out what's going to be happening for them. But it's getting even riskier now because what's happening with the climate crisis, and we know that. The majority leader was talking about disaster assistance being put out now. Critical. I strongly support it for farmers as well as for communities. But that's going to get more and more and more because of what's happening in the atmosphere and what's happening with climate change. How many once-in-a-generation storms or droughts need to hit our farmers over the head before we take this crisis seriously? This bill will roll the historic investment we made in the Inflation Reduction Act into the Farm Bill baseline for the future. We take dollars for voluntary conservation programs that farmers are using, that farmers want. Right now, that funding is outside the Farm Bill baseline. We can make a tremendous move forward for farmers by moving it into the Farm Bill baseline while keeping the language regarding climate. Popular voluntary conservation programs that go directly to farmers. That's what we're talking about. And this will make our farmers more resilient because it's very simple. You put more carbon in the ground, you have healthier soil. You take more carbon out of the atmosphere, it's healthier for everybody. So this is a win-win, and we need to continue to support our growers and embrace the investments that we have already made. I also am including new investments in biofuels. I see our presiding officer, who's been such a leader in Illinois and across the country. So important for jobs, so important as another place in which we can have a cleaner environment and cleaner fuels and more jobs. We put more into the loan programs and local foods, trade, the list goes on, including a down payment on a much-needed ag research moonshot. We need to be investing in the future of agriculture, in the future of our food supply. But a farm bill is not just about investing in our farmers and ranchers. Of course, that's critical. But it's also about investing in the communities they call home. We know that rural communities are shrinking and it's getting harder and harder to pass the farm on to the next generation. In this bill, we are betting that rural prosperity is American prosperity. It improves quality of life for rural families by improving rural health care, including mental health services. Also, childcare, rural childcare, which is so critical and so often not available. It grows the middle class by creating good-paying jobs in manufacturing and entrepreneurship and small businesses in rural America. It increases our investment in connecting communities to high-speed internet, which everyone in this chamber agrees is essential to our success in the world. Whether it's a child being able to do their homework, or a farmer being able to see a doctor, or small businesses being able to access new markets beyond their rural Main Street. That all starts with reliable, high-speed internet. We've made major steps in the infrastructure bill we passed, but frankly, there's more to be done. And there's more focus that needs to be put on our rural communities to get that done. And importantly, this bill makes sure that rural communities are not left behind when it comes to accessing the resources of the federal government. When it comes to securing federal grants, I know my hometown of Clare, Michigan, can't compete with Detroit or New York City when it comes to staffing. So we level the playing field by investing in the resources rural communities need to compete for hiring grant writers and planners and advisors to provide technical assistance so they can get the resources that they need. And finally, it's discouraging to me that the needs of families have been lost in this debate over the last 2 years. Yes, the Farm Bill must be the backbone of support for farmers and ranchers across the country. Yes, the Farm Bill must ensure that farming and a rural way of life can thrive today and into the future. Yes, the Farm Bill is where we put the support of the American people behind the men and women who feed and clothe and fuel this country. And I would challenge anyone to look at my record as the leader of the Senate Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry Committee and say with a straight face that I am not a stalwart champion for farmers and ranchers. But a Farm Bill must also be about the single mom in Michigan working 2 jobs who just needs a little bit of extra help to put food on the table for her kids so her children can thrive. At a time when food insecurity rates in our country have increased for the 2nd year in a row, it's absolutely unacceptable for anyone to attempt to cut SNAP and other nutrition programs. I refuse to leave this mom behind, not on my watch. We should be investing in the Farm Bill nutrition programs that are at the heart of the family safety net in this country. Our Rural Prosperity and Food Security Act does that, and lays the groundwork to see a future where we could actually end hunger in America. It protects nutrition assistance and draws a clear line in the sand that we will not walk away from the progress we have made to keep families fed in this country. This is a bill that keeps farmers farming and families fed and rural communities strong, all of which are critically important. And it is a robust bill that is paid for by using the same resources our Republican colleagues in the House used to pay for their bill. But we don't divide the broad bipartisan coalition that's the foundation of the Farm Bill to do it. In my time leading Democrats in the committee, I've locked arms with Republican leaders like Senator Pat Roberts to defend programs that may not have been my priority, but it meant holding the coalition together. That's how you get legislation done, That's how you do it on a bipartisan basis. You know, farm bills failed to pass the House in 2012 and 2018 because Republicans included cutting food assistance in their bill. And they didn't have the votes to pass it. They couldn't pass it. In 2018, the Farm Bill passed the Senate with a historic 87 votes. And the only no votes were 13 nays by Republicans. Just let me underscore that. So we know how to do this and get a bipartisan bill done that is robust support for our farmers and ranchers and communities and our families. Now, frankly, today, as I look to the future and what comes if we don't get a farm bill done, I have a lot of question marks, because Project 2025, the roadmap for the incoming Trump administration, actually proposes eliminating ARC and POC. The very programs the House Republican bill makes their top priority. It would also gut crop insurance. It would terminate U.S. sugar production and slash trade promotion programs. Now, I don't know what's going to happen to that. Maybe nothing. But it should worry everybody that that's the vision that is out there. And frankly, I think that's why it's no secret why the House Farm Bill that came out of committee on a primarily partisan vote last spring has not yet been put up for a vote on the House floor. Because I don't think, and everyone tells me, there are not the Republican votes to pass it. And the last time I checked, the chamber will be similarly divided next Congress in the 119th. So I would encourage my Republican colleagues to join with us, to join with me, to get this done now, to do what we need to do for farmers, provide them certainty, provide them more immediate help, and to do it right now. I would encourage Republican colleagues to rethink their proposal to make the largest cut to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program in more than 30 years. That's not the way we get a bill done. I would encourage them to join us to pass a meaningful 5-year farm bill now. There's no reason we can't. And a bill that provides immediate assistance within the farm bill for what our farmers need. The Rural Prosperity and Food Security Act is robust, adding $39 billion to the Farm Bill baseline. It's bipartisan, with over 100 bipartisan bills included, and it balances the needs of farmers, ranchers, families, and rural communities. It holds the broad Farm Bill coalition together, which is critical for the future of any farm bill. And I firmly believe that it is the best and probably only path to pass a 5-year farm bill this year. I urge colleagues to come together and consider this bill seriously. Thank you, Madam President. I leave the floor.
Madam President.
The senior senator from Illinois.
Madam President, I hope that many people tuned in to the presentation that Senator Stabenow just made. Those of us who serve in the United States Senate know that as chairman of the Senate Agriculture Committee, she not only walks the walk, she talks the talk. She has passed a farm bill, no mean feat. She has shown her own expertise in achieving that goal and her understanding of a very complex piece of legislation. Would the senator from Michigan yield for a question?
Yes, absolutely.
Could you be kind enough to say for the record when the current farm bill expires?
The current Farm Bill expires at the end of December, so we have to do something before we leave in December.
Would you explain to those who are not familiar with it what happens if we do nothing?
Well, if we do nothing, then a number of programs revert to what's called a Depression-era policy. And there's something called the dairy cliff that everybody's always worried about because it goes back to a pricing structure that would completely throw the dairy industry into upheaval. And so this is not okay.
And when you say Depression-era programs, are you literally talking about the 1930s?
Yes, yes. It throws it back to policies of the 1930s.
And dire consequences for dairy interests, for example.
Yes.
So if we fail to come together on a bipartisan basis before the end of the year, that is the reality that will be faced by the new administration.
Yes. And now we could pass an extension again and throw this into the lap of everyone next year. That doesn't create any more certainty for farmers. Those who want to just do some ad hoc payments, that's not going to work and so the reality is we have short-term help in our bill. We have 5-year farm bill, and we can get it done now. 100 bipartisan bills that are included in our bill. This is a bipartisan effort, even though at this point not endorsed on a bipartisan basis. But our farmers and ranchers would be a whole lot better if we could get this done.
And currently under the Senate schedule, which we've been told, we literally have until a little past the middle of next month to do our business.
Right. This means now.
Yes. And of course, I would add to that, we have many worthy judicial nominees on this calendar to consider too. So there is work to be done.
There is, and thank you so much, and thank you for being a valuable member of the committee. I would just say, where we know, and you know, leading Judiciary Committee, where there's a will, there's a way. If people want to come together, we can get something done and get it done by the end of the year, but people have to decide they really want a bipartisan bill and are willing to come together to do that.
And the key to that, I think, goes back 60 years ago when we married nutrition programs and agriculture programs, so that people living in the city of Chicago, for example, who hear over and over Illinois is an agricultural state but don't have any evidence of it other than what's on the table for their family to eat, will have as much interest in passing this bill as my farmers downstate. I'm sure the same is true in the state of Michigan.
There's no question, and we also have extensive evidence that when a bill is put forward on the floor that cuts the nutrition title, it never passes. 2012 in the House, 2018 in the House, when Republican colleagues only put a bill on the floor that that cuts nutrition, they do not get the bipartisan support, and it fails. Every time. This feels like Groundhog Day to me, every single time. And so I would hope that we would learn from those lessons and do what we did in 2018 in the Senate and come together and get a bipartisan bill.
So we all know that the cost of food has gone up, making it more difficult for families to keep food on the table. And we also know that low-income people face that.
Yes.
And what are the nutrition programs that are part of this farm bill that can help them?
Well, first of all, let me say the basic program is called SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. It's about $6 a day for an individual. So a mom gets $6, her child gets $6.
That's not a lot.
Not when you go to the grocery store. No, that certainly isn't. And then we add support for food banks. We add additional assistance and incentives if you're buying fresh fruits and vegetables. We do, some other kinds of things, but the basic is SNAP. And we gave an update that hadn't been done in 50 years in SNAP in the last farm bill, and it added, that $6 now includes $1.35. That was an update based on cost over a 50-year basis, and that's what folks are arguing about. And going forward, CBO says there would be an update every 5 years of about 2% for SNAP, and that's what our Republican colleagues are fighting about.
I see my colleague from Minnesota is on the floor, and I just want to say that this exchange is the reason why we're going to miss Senator Stabenow of Michigan when it comes to the Agriculture Committee and many other areas. She does her homework. She understands in the complexity of a big bill that there are real-life human issues that face us, and there are real people who are waiting for us to get our job done. Thank you for doing this and moving the debate along. I sincerely hope we can get this done before the end of the year and the disastrous consequences that you described.
Thank you.
I yield the floor.
Madam President, just wanted to reiterate what the Chief Whip has said here, that Senator Stabenow has over and over again, against all odds, been able to negotiate bipartisan bill. And when you look at these past bills, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Stabenow, it has been actually majority Democrats in the Senate vote on these bills, well represented by the two senators from Illinois who are both in this chamber today. I just think the fact that you have over 100 provisions in here that are bipartisan is really important to note, because there's absolutely no way we can do this unless we do this together. And the other thing, while we're going to miss you dearly, as we go into next year, we know there's going to be a major debate of tax reform, which of course there should be, that will be dominating a lot of our Senate time and other issues. And, you know, my concern, and you can address this, is that we not let this important bill, which, as you have pointed out and Senator Durbin has pointed out, is so important for ag. And when we see these input costs, when we see the weather conditions that our farmers have been suffering through, but also important for conservation efforts as well as nutrition for this nation. And there's absolutely no way we're going to be able to do this unless we have those three legs in this bill, not to mention the economic development and research. So I want to commend you and just ask you that one last question about how important it is that your bill includes 100 bipartisan provisions, and that we continue that work and do anything we can to finish this by the end of the year.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you, Senator Klobuchar, for your current leadership and future leadership in the area of agriculture, nutrition, and forestry. You know, I would say at any other time that putting forward a bill would be a starting point, and that then we'd negotiate and work together, which I've been trying to do for 2 years. We put something out in May. We've been working and negotiating, but now here we are. And so this is sort of, the bill's more like the end, not the beginning. It's like this we could pass 100 different provisions that are bipartisan, and more than that. There's a lot of the titles. There are 12 titles of the Farm Bill, as you know, and a number of them we have negotiated. That's what's so frustrating. We have a number of those where we have a lot of agreement. There's been a lot of good work that's come together. But this one area, in terms of who gets the bulk of the resources, where they go, do we continue to honor what we did on conservation as it relates to climate, which is hitting farmers over the head? And do we try to pay for any of what farmers need? And I agree what they need. But do we then say to the mom who's getting $6 a day, you're going to pay for that? And that's when I go, no. And I know you feel the same way. We've never said that. We've never said that. We've always said the resources and nutrition stay in the nutrition title. We've also always said if you want to expand that, then you look for savings within the title. And so we don't put money in or out in the nutrition title. But somehow we see this sense of being stuck. So next year, you mentioned next year, and I would just say, I think this is incredibly risky for our colleagues from agriculture states who want very much to get a bill done, and I know there are many. I look at the fact that the House has not been able to bring their House Republican bill to the House of Representatives, which has a majority of Republicans. They can't pass it. And what happens next year with that? I mean, at some point, it has to be bipartisan, it has to be balanced, and hold the whole Farm Bill coalition together. The only question is it now? Or are you in a situation amidst tax cuts and everything else next year to try to put this back together to get it done? I would say farmers need certainty now. We can move up payments and get them more help now. That there are legitimate concerns farmers have in terms of costs. We need to do that now. And I would love it if all the ag groups came in and said, we want to get this done now. Now, I'm not naive enough to assume that's going to happen because of the politics of the world that we're in, but from an ag standpoint, it should. So I appreciate both of you very much. Yeah.
Madam President?
Senator from Vermont.
I just want to add my voice of support. Why do we need a farm bill? Because we need farmers, and we need food. And one of the wonderful things about our farmers is they do a job that is incredibly hard to do. It's a job that is filled with uncertainty. What's the weather going to be today? What are the prices on the futures market tomorrow? What's going to happen in our neighborhood? It's incredibly uncertain, but the farmers love the work. And who among us works harder than farmers? Maybe coal miners, but not many more. So they stand for hard work and feeding America. The second thing is farmers need stability because they have no control over things that profoundly affect them. But the other thing is farmers actually are the custodians of our landscape. And they, in all of our communities, whether it's dairy, say, in Vermont, or it might be wheat or corn in Illinois, or cherries in Michigan, they are providing a benefit to all of us who are not farmers and can't take on the courage they have to do that work. And on the conservation title, I've talked to a lot of farmers in Vermont. They are so appreciative that in addition to feeding us with nutritious food, they have a chance to actually get some income to help us conserve the land. That's a good thing, because that's another income stream for the farmers. So this should not be a fight amongst, opposing sides. What do we have to do to provide stability to the farmers? They've got to get a fair price for their crop, and then if they're going to make contributions on the whole issue of conservation and reducing carbon emissions, they've got to get some income for that, and that's in the Farm Bill. So let's pass a Farm Bill because we need farmers, we need food, and we need a clean and healthy environment. Thank you. I yield back.
Madam President.
Senator from Illinois.
I want to thank the senator from Vermont and remind people that his comments make it clear this is not just a Midwestern issue.
That's right.
It affects the whole nation from one side to the other. And as I said, Senator Stabenow has been our leader. I hope we can get a breakthrough in the coming days and weeks. Madam President, I'd like to speak on a separate topic that is timely. Hard to believe it's been less than 2 weeks since the last election. 2 weeks. If it seems longer, it's because you may have been following what's happened since. Already the President-elect, Donald Trump, is selecting his proposed members of his cabinet. Last week, when it came to the Department of Justice, Mark Paoletta, who is overseeing the Trump transition team for the Department of Justice, warned, and I quote, "Career Department of Justice lawyers must be fully committed to implementing President Trump's policies or they should leave or be fired," end of quote. He shamefully slandered these nonpartisan public services as, quote, a deep state, whatever the heck that is. And Cleta Mitchell, an advisor to President-elect Trump, argued that, quote, every lawyer in the voting section and likely the Civil Rights Division needs to be terminated. Of course, the president may set policy directives, but the Department of Justice is not and should never be any president's personal law firm. Civil service servants have an independent duty to uphold the Constitution and the laws of the United States and should never be under pressure to take illegal action. During his first term, then President Trump tried to use the Department of Justice to overturn the 2020 presidential election, as detailed in the Senate Judiciary Committee's Subverting Justice report. Unfortunately, President-elect Trump has already made it clear that in his second term, he will again undermine the rule of law and weaponize the Department of Justice to seek revenge on his perceived enemies. The clearest illustration of Trump's resolve to remake the Justice Department into his personal political law firm is his intent to nominate former Congressman Matt Gaetz to be Attorney General. Let me be clear. Former Congressman Gaetz is the least qualified person and the most radical person ever to be nominated to be Attorney General. While he is a lawyer, he practiced law for only a short time, and his congressional career has been distinguished by his extremism. For example, former Congressman Gaetz has regularly called for eliminating the Justice Department that he's now been nominated to lead. He also wants to abolish the Justice Department's components, most prominently the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, if they do not come to heel, his words. Last year, he introduced legislation to eliminate the ATF. Former Congressman Gaetz's main qualification seems to be unquestioning loyalty to Donald Trump. Why do I keep referring to Mr. Gaetz as former Congressman? That's due to the most serious concern about his being entrusted with this new responsibility. While Mr. Gaetz just won re-election and the 118th Congress is still in session, he resigned his seat in the House of Representatives last week. Why? Why would he quit the House at this point if he's just been re-elected? It was an apparent attempt to prevent the House Ethics Committee from releasing a damaging report on his personal alleged misconduct. Mr. Gaetz has been credibly accused of engaging in sexual misconduct with a minor, illicit drug use, sex trafficking, bribery, and obstructing government investigations into his alleged misconduct. And I might remind those listening to this debate, we're talking about Donald Trump's choice to be the Attorney General of the United States of America. These grave public allegations against Mr. Gaetz speak directly to his fitness to serve. Let me add that President-elect Trump's announced intent to offer Mr. Gaetz' nomination without even a standard FBI background check that every presidential appointee undergoes is completely unacceptable. Madam President, as chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee for the last 4 years, and a member of that committee for over 20 years, I can tell you that people have been eliminated from consideration for judgeships and other important appointments because they smoked a joint, because they smoked a marijuana cigarette. Eliminated from consideration. They've also been eliminated from consideration if they didn't file the proper tax returns for paying a babysitter or nanny. I've had members' nominees excoriated because of poetry they wrote while they were in college. And now we have the president-elect saying, we're not going to do an FBI background check on a man who could be Attorney General. And we may call for recess appointments so the Senate loses its opportunity for advice and consent. The heartening thing that has occurred in the last few days is a number of Republican senators have stepped up and publicly joined me in calling on the House Ethics Committee to release this report on Mr. Gaetz so that we can review it if he is truly going to be the nominee of President Trump in this capacity. The Senate has a constitutional duty to provide advice and consent, and it's crucial that we consider all the information necessary. Before considering this nomination, the Senate Judiciary Committee must review this ethics report from the House, from a bipartisan committee, equal numbers of Democrats and Republicans who've released it. Last Thursday, all Democratic members of the Senate Judiciary Committee requested the House Ethics Committee provide these materials to us immediately. There is substantial precedent for the release of these materials in both chambers. The House Ethics Committee released a preliminary report about former Congressman Bill Boner after he left Congress. The preliminary report stated, and I quote, "The general policy against issuing reports is outweighed," the committee said, "by the responsibility of the committee to fully inform the public regarding the status and results of efforts up to date of the Representative Boner's departure from Congress. It is difficult to imagine a more compelling circumstance where there is a need to inform the public of the results of an ethics investigation than when the subject has been nominated to be the nation's top law enforcement officer. It is also deeply troubling that Mr. Gates is not the only example of President-elect Trump's intended nominees who would lead the Department of Justice and inevitably weaponize it to seek vengeance. President-elect Trump also announced last week he intends to nominate Todd Blanche as Deputy Attorney General and John Sauer as Solicitor General, two critically important appointments in the Department of Justice. Mr. Blanche and Mr. Sauer happen to have been two of Donald Trump's personal defense attorneys in the actions taken against him, and they now would be poised to be his attorneys at the Justice Department. Mr. Gates would be a disaster as the next Attorney General. As the chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, I'm committed to ensuring my colleagues of both parties have every fact at hand to understand his danger. I will do everything in my power to ensure that Donald Trump cannot turn the Department of Justice into his personal law firm, and I'll defend the career public servants who work at that Justice Department and have dedicated their lives to defending the rule of law. President-elect Trump won the election, fair and square, but that doesn't mean he's entitled to choose extreme, unqualified loyalists to fill his cabinet. The Senate must fulfill its constitutional responsibility to advise and consent. Madam President, I yield the floor. All yours.
Senator from New Jersey.
Madam President, I come to the floor today as a New Jerseyan, as the only Arab American serving in the United States Senate, and as a human being utterly devastated, broken even, by the unfathomable scale of human suffering taking place right now in Gaza and the West Bank as a direct consequence of the Israel-Hamas conflict. This war has already claimed an estimated 44,000 lives across Gaza and the West Bank. Almost half of those killed by the bombshells and bullets of this war have been women and children, teens, toddlers, infants. That's not to mention the millions more who have been displaced from their homes by this conflict and threatened by famine and illness. According to current estimates, every hour, this conflict claims the lives of 15 innocent people, every single hour. It is reported that fully rebuilding Gaza and the West Bank after the war could take at least 200 years or more, literal centuries from now, well beyond our lifetimes. It should not matter what one's politics are, what one's religion is, what one's nationality is, or one's ethnicity. These facts should shock our conscience to the very core. On our watch, right before our eyes, we are witnessing one of the most rapid decimations of human life in recent history. Now, let me be clear about a couple things. I have always and continue to firmly, unquestionably, support Israel's right to exist and defend itself against all form of terrorism and those who sponsor terrorism. I vehemently condemn Hamas and the barbaric attack against Israel and its civilians on October 7th, 2023, of which 1,200 innocent Israelis lost their lives. A dark day in history during which Hamas also took hundreds of innocent hostages, including U.S. citizens. One of those hostages is New Jersey resident Edon Alexander, a 20-year-old Tenafly High School graduate who should be immediately returned home safely, along with all remaining hostages. Again, all human beings, regardless of political persuasion or ideology, should be devastated by the widespread loss of human life and human suffering on all sides. But I have some hard questions about what is causing the scale of suffering in Gaza and the West Bank, and why we are seemingly unable to alleviate it in any significant way. These questions are not abstract. They stem from what I have seen and heard with my own eyes and ears. during a recent official trip to Jordan to assess the state of humanitarian assistance in Gaza, the West Bank, and Lebanon. What I saw was this. There is a de facto blockade of even the most basic aid supplies getting through Karim Shalom crossing, the only viable point of entrance for aid to Gaza and the West Bank. This blockade has severely restricted the amount of aid to make it to the desperate Palestinians whose lives literally depend on it. Just today, it was reported that nearly 100 trucks transporting life-saving aid were violently looted at gunpoint, adding yet another unique challenge to getting aid to civilians. The effects of this choke point have resulted in other absurd outcomes. I recently toured warehouses, including one that U.S. Secretary of State Blinken toured himself, stocked to the very brim, particularly practically overflowing with life-saving aid supplies. This blockade has prevented the safe transport of those supplies into Gaza and the West Bank, where just miles away, women, children, and families are literally starving. These are pallets upon pallets of food, medication, pillows, latrines, and winterized tents to keep families warm as winter sets in. All of it just sitting there because of a man-made blockade. What I heard was this. I met with medical surgeons and doctors of the Jordanian Armed Forces serving in Gaza who recounted harrowing stories of amputations on children, futile attempts to keep the malnourished alive, and operations in makeshift tents under live fire and drone strikes. These frontline providers, heroes, told me that a number of partially operational hospitals are resorting to using everyday materials like sewing thread for clothes to stitch up patients after surgeries because they have run out of appropriate medical supplies. That should appall every one of us. Israel's recent passage of 2 laws to totally ban UNRWA from operating anywhere in Palestine has, of course, threatened to make the problem even worse. It's irrefutable that UNRWA is the primary on-the-ground provider of aid, food, and other essential services to the people of Gaza and the West Bank. Shutting down UNRWA at this time is shutting down the very nerve center of human aid and assistance within Palestine. These insights have left me with many questions. Do these actions, intent on limiting aid into Gaza and West Bank, taken under the pretense of security operations, comply with international humanitarian laws and norms? Are these the actions we should expect from one of our closest democratic allies in the world? Perhaps these are questions for people far more versed in the matters of war and legal compliance than me, but members of this body should be asking these same questions, and many are, and I thank them for their bold leadership. And what exactly are we doing to ensure that our closest allies in the Middle East are living up to the humanitarian principles and human rights that we claim to embrace and enforce around the world? My conversations with Americans of all walks have revealed a deep desire for the United States to take a more aggressive role in protecting innocent civilians suffering from the brunt of this war. And on occasion, we have done that. I thank the Biden administration for their efforts thus far to alleviate the choke points and expand the flow of aid into the region. I also think it's important that the administration agreed with the UN Security Council's statement, and I quote, that UNRWA remains the backbone of all humanitarian response in Gaza, and that no organization can replace or substitute UNRWA's capacity and mandate to serve Palestinian refugees and civilians in urgent need of life-saving humanitarian assistance, close quote. However, so much more needs to and must be done. As we enter a new Congress and a new administration takes office next year, the United States government will and should continue debating the enormously complex policy and geopolitical issues that are at stake in the Middle East. But I am not here to opine on the Gordian knot of Middle East policy, nor do I pretend to have cure-all solutions to problems that have been plaguing the region for many decades. I've traveled through several states over the last 2 months and spoke with many students, Arab and Muslim Americans, many others who are deeply concerned with the crisis. The conversations were thoughtful and reflected the complexity of the situation. One can call terrorism what it is, terrorism. One can stand up and support Israel and the Jewish people worldwide, and yet one can speak to the truth that the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and the West Bank is simply unacceptable. When I asked a young man what he hoped to see, he said to me simply, "I want to see the world say and show that the life of a Palestinian child is just as valuable as the life of a child anywhere else in the world. I simply will conclude where I begin. My fervent plea is for all of us in this body and in our country to see what is happening in the Middle East through the lens of our humanity. First and foremost, no human should be worth less than another based on which side of the checkpoint or crossing they may live on. Perhaps, just perhaps, if we keep the principle at the center of our approach, we can do better by the innocent people of Gaza and the West Bank who so desperately demand and need our humanity. Madam President, I yield the floor. Madam President,
Senator from New Jersey.
I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Louisiana?
Oh, we had a quorum call.
Yes, sir.
I request that that quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Madam President, we just had an election 2 years ago. I'm not here to lord it over anyone, to gloat, or anything else, but it's an important observation that Americans let their voices be heard overwhelmingly to go in another direction. And they voted for Republicans, but they also voted against the status quo. Americans in Louisiana feel as if their government is not serving them the way it should. They're struggling to afford trips to the grocery store, their energy bills, to afford flood insurance. For over 50 years, Americans have relied on the National Flood Insurance Program, or the NFIP, to be a safety net in case of disaster. NFIP covers 4.7 million homes across the country, including families like those in Laplace, Louisiana, pictured here. And for those who are watching on television, there's a bunch of homes, and they are surrounded by water. And you can tell where the street is because the water's in the street. And fortunately, there's a little bit of green around most homes, but you can tell that that community is flooded. For many, flood insurance is the only option to have protection against something like this. But the program is not serving Americans the way it should. Skyrocketing insurance premiums caused by FEMA's new risk assessment program, Risk Rating 2.0, has left many people in Louisiana and many families around the nation with no way to protect their home. Risk Rating 2.0 makes flood insurance unaffordable and puts the entire program at financial risk. Now, despite Congress never approving Risk Rating 2.0, it unfairly jacks up rates, driving people to drop their coverage. Let me repeat that. Despite Congress never approving Risk Rating 2.0, this program by NFIP is jacking up rates, forcing people to drop their coverage. I hear this story from folks in Louisiana constantly, and that's what motivated me and my team to release a detailed report breaking down the current state of NFIP, how it reached this point, and what Congress can do to make flood insurance affordable again. What we found confirmed what people in Louisiana and Americans across the country already know. The National Flood Insurance Program is broken. Now, by the way, this is 19 pages. It's not 600 pages of legalese. It's not something that you read to cure your insomnia. It's 19 pages that a senator, that a staff person, that someone watching can download and read, and with 19 pages, you can understand a complex program and to understand why it's failing the people it is intended to serve. And we did this in the goal that we would help get a program that is affordable, accountable, and sustainable, as opposed to the program that FEMA has created, one that is unaffordable and going bankrupt as it forces Americans to drop unaffordable coverage. After storms like Hurricane Helene, which, by the way, showed us that flooding is not just a coastal issue, it's also occurring inland in river systems, we should listen to the American people when they say they are not okay with the status quo. So let's take a look at some of the things in the report. And I warn you, it's not good news. First, we found that the average flood insurance cost in every state rose following Risk Rating 2.0. That was true for 80% of people in Louisiana who saw a spike in their insurance premiums in the first year. Second, NFIP premiums in Louisiana increased by 234%, resulting in 52,000 people in Louisiana dropping their policies last year alone. That's 52,000 Louisiana homeowners dropping their policies because it was no longer affordable in just 1 year. And I represent Louisiana, but it's not just Louisiana in which this is an issue. Nearly 500,000 Americans nationwide have dropped their coverage. Third, FEMA itself now predicts up to 1 million policyholders nationwide could lose flood insurance coverage in the next decade. They admit that their pricing is going to devastate the ability of Americans to afford this program. That said, FEMA still refuses to be transparent in terms of how they are calculating premiums. And this lack of transparency with Risk Rating 2.0 leaves policyholders in the dark. This is the reason that we pushed to delay the program's implementation when it was first announced. President Trump did delay. In 2019, my office worked with the Trump administration to delay the Risk Rating 2.0 because of this lack of transparency in how FEMA was calculating rates. But when the Biden administration took over, they allowed Risk Rating 2.0 to move forward, even though concerns were never addressed. And the end result, homeowners hit with high premiums, no explanation, and I repeat once more, 52,000 people in Louisiana dropping coverage, 500,000 people nationwide. A fourth key finding that as we investigated NFIP and the lawsuits against Risk Rating 2.0 continued, it became clear that FEMA never had the authority to implement Risk Rating 2.0 without congressional approval. Again, I repeated it earlier, I'll repeat it again. FEMA never had the authority to implement Risk Rating 2.0 without congressional approval. They never consulted Congress, and we never passed it. They went around Congress, and their explanation, I think, is flimsy. It's like when you catch your child doing something they know they shouldn't be doing. Risk Rating 2.0 did not even adhere to the proper procedure for rulemaking in the executive branch. Risk Rating 2.0 runs counter to what Congress intended, and FEMA had no right to do what they did. So these are the four key findings of the report. 1, premiums rose in every state. 2, they rose astronomically in places like Louisiana. 3, up to 1 million policyholders will drop their coverage because they can no longer afford it. And 4th, FEMA sidestepped Congress to implement this without authority. These findings reflect why the American people overwhelmingly voted for change. The status quo is unacceptable. The NFIP is in desperate need for reform, and it's needed this reform for years. And now, Republicans have an opportunity to finally listen to the American people on this issue. Now, being too afraid to touch certain political issues may serve politicians well, but it sets the American people back. Enough is enough. NFIP affects every state. On this chart, you'll see states in dark yellow. They have been hit by flooding the most. California, the president right there, she can see that right there, through the Gulf Coast, up the Atlantic, including a state like Pennsylvania, which is just tippy-tip on the Atlantic, and then an inland state like the Missouri. All these have had more than $1 billion in claims, NFIP claims, since 1978. The 44 states other than these have had over $50 million in total NFIP claims. This is a national issue. So my message to my colleagues who represent states that rely upon the NFIP is let's find a way forward. We know what the next steps must be. Congress must pass a comprehensive NFIP reform package that protects families from excessive premium hikes, strengthens mitigation efforts, decreasing your risk of flooding, and simplifies the claims process by cutting red tape. FEMA must, absolutely must, reevaluate its pricing methodology and focus on affordability, just as Congress originally intended. And FEMA must roll back Risk Rating 2.0, and we must ensure FEMA does not go rogue, doing things without congressional approval. We also must demand that Congress listens to the feedback from state and local stakeholders. I have a plan to make flood insurance affordable again for all Americans. I'm encouraging my colleagues to join. Let's end the status quo. And with that, I yield and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Senator from Hawaii.
Unanimous consent that we vitiate the quorum call?
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that we start the vote now.
Without objection, the question is on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler.
Aye.
Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Brown, Butler, Duckworth, Durbin, Klobuchar, Murray, Peters, Schatz, Sinema, Warner, and Warren. Senators voting in the negative: Cassidy and Romney. Ms. Cortez Masto, Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Ms. Stabenow, Ms. Stabenow, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Manchin, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Tillis, no. Ms. Smith, Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Reed, Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, no. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Tester. Mr. Tester, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Helmy. Mr. Helmy, aye. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no.
Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Schumer, aye.
Okay.
On this vote, the yeas are 49.
Sherrod.
And the nomination is confirmed.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 45, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered, made, and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Mr. President,
The Majority Leader.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. There is.
We're giving them the second on the first
There
one.
appears to be.
Sorry.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso. Sorry. Thank you. I got her. Thank you. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell. Motion to proceed. To legislative session. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, right, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, hi. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, I do have it. Just have to. Oh, I got it. Okay. No, I have to find it. Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar. Right here. Wait a minute. There we go. You want a Xerox it, you're welcome to. Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz. Thank you. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer. Where did he go? Thank you. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Booker, Brown, Butler, Carper, Casey, Coons, Duckworth, Heinrich, Helmy, Kane, King, Lujan, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Sanders, Tester, Van Hollen, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Cotton, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith. That's it. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Thank you. Mr. Tillis, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Warner, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 39, and the motion is agreed to.
Madam President,
The Majority Leader.
can I have the attention of all the members?
Order in the
Okay.
Senate.
Thank you. I'm asking unanimous consent that any remaining roll call votes this evening be 10 minutes each.
Is there objection? Without objection,
I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar 539.
the question is on the motion to proceed.
Ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there sufficient second? At the moment, there is not sufficient second.
Madam President,
Majority Leader?
yeah, I give a sufficient second.
There appears to be sufficient second. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
They
Mr.
can do a quorum
Barrasso.
call.
Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Brett. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Arono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan,
266.
Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative, Baldwin, Butler, Casey, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Lujan, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Rosen, Schatz, Smith, Stabenow, Welch. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Cotton, Crapo, Graham, Grassley, Hyde-Smith, Langford, Lee, Moran, Murkowski, Hall, Tillis. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Helmy, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mrs. Brett, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Padilla, aye.
He can go visit his mother.
Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Thune, no.
The yeas are 47, the nays are 36, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Amir H. Ali of the District of Columbia to be United States District Judge.
Put your motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 539, Amir H. Ali of the District of Columbia to be United States District Judge for the District of Columbia, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Waived.
Is there objection? No, without objection,
I move to proceed to legislative session,
the question is on the motion to proceed.
and
Is there sufficient second?
isn't this the vote on the judge?
No, now we're going back to legislative session.
Oh, we passed the judge.
No, we haven't done anything.
There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Before we call the roll, Madam President,
The majority leader.
we're going to cut the vote off, no matter who's here, 12 minutes. Thank you.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Butler. Sorry. Yeah.
Two South Carolinians. Never seen them vote at the same time.
Okay. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, oh, thank you. Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Butler, Carper, Casey, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Hassan, Heinrich, Helmy, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Shaheen, Smith, Stabenow, Warner, Warren, Welch, and Whitehouse. Thank you. I got him. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Capito, Collins, Cotton, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Carper, Mr. Sanders,
Madam President,
The Majority Leader.
I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar 601.
Question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be a sufficient second. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd. Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Arono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnston, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Brown, Butler, Casey, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Hassan, Heinrich, Helmy, Hickenlooper, Lujan, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Rosen, Schatz, Smith, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, Moran, Mullen, Ricketts, Risch, Schmidt, Sullivan. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Hoeven, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Do you know who is definitely out?
Not really.
Okay. Do you know anyone who's definitely not coming?
Cinema's out.
Cinema's out.
Fetterman is out. Tester is out.
No. Letterman and Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Ball, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. King, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Booker, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 46, the nays are 40, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
I send to cloture.
Nomination, the judiciary, Sparkle L. Suknanen of the District of Columbia to be United States District Judge for the District of Columbia.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 601, Sparkle L. Suknanen of the District of Columbia to be United States District Judge for the District of Columbia, signed by 17 senators, as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Is there objection? Without objection,
I move to proceed to no, did we file cloture?
Yes, we did.
Okay, I move to proceed to legislative session.
question is on the motion. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Schumer, I got you, sir. Thank you. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, just put it right there. Mr. Bozeman, gotcha. Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff. Thank you. Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Butler, Cantwell, Cardin, Casey, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Helmy, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Stabenow, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Whitehouse. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cruz, Graham, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Mullen, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Tillis, and Tuberville. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Paul, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Risch, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 46, the nays are 40, and the motion is agreed to.
Madam President,
Majority Leader?
I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar 650.
Question is on the motion. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Butler. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Arono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla.
Is it bleeding?
Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Resch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Cantwell, Cardin, Casey, Cortez Masto, Hassan, Heinrich, King, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Schumer, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Helmy, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Kramer, Crapo, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, Moran, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Kennedy, No. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott of Florida? No. Mr. Wyden? Aye. Mr. Booker? Mr. Booker? Aye. Mr. Padilla? Aye. Mr. Peters? Aye. Mr. Durbin? Aye. Ms. Butler? Aye. Mr. Cruz? No. Mr. Cornyn? No. Mr. Cotton? No. Mr. Hoeven? No. Mr. Paul? Mr. Paul? No. Mr. Carper? Aye. Ms. Duckworth? Aye. Mr. Kane? Aye. Mr. McConnell? No. Mr. Young? No. Mr. Lee? No. Ms. Hirono? Aye. Mr. Sanders? Aye. Mr. Kelly? Aye. Ms. Klobuchar? Aye. Mr. Coons? Aye.
Mr. Warner, aye.
The yeas are 46, the nays are 42, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Brian Edward Murphy of Massachusetts to be United States District Judge for the District of Massachusetts.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 650, Brian Edward Murphy of Massachusetts, to be United States District Judge for the District of Massachusetts, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Sent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
Question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, hold on. Coons, Peters, Hassan, Markey. I got you. Mr. Bozeman. Okay. Thank you. I got you. I got him. Thank you. Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Yep. Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Okay. I got you. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. No. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Thank you. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran. Thank you. Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders. Thank you. Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Butler, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Helmy, Hirono, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Stabenow, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, McConnell, Moran, Mullen, Paul, Rounds, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Risch? No. Mr. Ossoff? Aye. Mr. Whitehouse? Aye. Mr. Murphy? Aye. Mr. Scott of Florida? No. Ms. Murkowski? No. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Collins? No. Mrs. Britt? No. Mr. Budd? No. Mr. Schmidt? No. Mr. Ricketts? No.
On this vote, the ayes are 46, the nays are 41, and the motion is agreed to.
I move to proceed to executive. Move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar 707.
The question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun. Mrs. Brett, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy,
I'm going to run a ladies' room and get more votes.
Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Butler, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Helmy, Hirono, Kelly, King, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Stabenow, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Wicker. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Kane, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 46, the nays are 41. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nominee.
Nomination, the judiciary, Anne Huang of California to be United States District Judge for the Central District of California.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the cloture motion.
In accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 707, Anne Huang of California to be United States District Judge for the Central District of California, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Is there objection? Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Thank you.
So, Michael.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenthal. Not yet. Thank you. Salamis. Thanks. Mr. Booker. I got you. Mr. Boozman. Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler. I did, thank you. I know that. Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, thank you, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schott, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Helmy, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Smith, Stabenow, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Britt. Rickett. Mullen. Bud. Kramer. Well, I know, he's going to have to wait. He's not in the chamber. Schmidt. Thank you. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Butler, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, Marshall, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, and Wicker. Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Risch? No. Mr. Scott of South Carolina? No. Ms. Hirono? Aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Thank you, Ted. Mr. Lee, no. I have you. Mr. Young, no. Holly Hoven. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Hoban, no.
What's happening to my voice?
On this vote, the yeas are 46, the nays are 40, and the motion is agreed to. The Majority Leader.
I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar 711.
Question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, oh no. Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Butler, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Hassan, Helmy, Hickenlooper, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, Mullen, Ricketts, Risch, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Wicker. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Rounds, No. Mr. Lee? No. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Tillis, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Warner,
Yeah.
Wait, what is your recount?
aye.
It's not Pantera.
Bitsy.
Bitsy.
We're safe.
Mr. Kane? Aye.
The ayes are 46, the nays are 38. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary. Cynthia Valenzuela Dixon of California to be United States District Judge for the Central District of California.
Send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Executive Counter Number 711, Cynthia Valenzuela Dixon of California to be United States District Judge for the Central District of California, signed by 17 senators, as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso. Thank you. Mr. Bennett. Thank you. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Butler. Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy. Thank you. Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, I got him. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, I got you, thank you. Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Gotcha. Hi. Thank you. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Butler, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Duckworth, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Helmy, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, King, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. You did. No. Mr. Padilla, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Graham, Grassley, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, Marshall, Moran, Murkowski, Risch, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Thune, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Hoeven, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Paul, no. I didn't. Okay. Mr. Johnson, no. thought that was Paul. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. The yeas are 45.
Vote. On this vote, the yeas are 45, the nays are 38. The motion is agreed to.
I move to proceed. I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar 779.
The question is on the motion to proceed. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Butler, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Helmy, Hickenlooper, Hirono, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schumer, Shaheen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Britt, Budd, Capito, Collins, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, McConnell, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Sullivan, Tillis, Wicker. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Paul, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Langford, no. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Kane, aye.
The yeas are 46, the nays are 39. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Catherine Henry of Pennsylvania to be U.S. District Judge for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania.
Motion. I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 779, Catherine Henry of Pennsylvania to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Is there objection? Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion to proceed. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Thank you. No. Aye. Got you. I got you. Thank you. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Thank you. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith. I got him. Thank you. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly. I got him. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King. Okay. Then, thank you. Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan. Thank you. Thank you. Well, yeah, sort of. Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Butler, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Hassan, Heinrich, Helmy, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. King, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Lankford, Lee, Marshall, Moran, Murkowski, Paul, Rounds, Sullivan, Thune, and Tillis. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. McConnell, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Brown, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Budd, No. Mr. Schmidt? No. Ms. Lummis, no.
The yeas are 45, the nays are 39. The motion is agreed to.
What? What? Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar 782.
The question is on the motion to proceed. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker.
Butler at 12 o'clock. Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd. Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young.
Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Brown, Butler, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Hassan, Heinrich, Helmy, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Shaheen, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Britt, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Marshall, McConnell, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Wicker, Young. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Hoeven, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, Aye.
I feel like Hickenlooper just voted aye.
Mr. Schumer, aye.
Can you hear me? The yeas are 46, the nays are 39. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
I sent,
Nomination to Judiciary, Noel Wise of California to be United States District Judge for the Northern District of California.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion.
Did he say 36?
We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 782, Noel Wise of California to be United States District Judge for the Northern District of California, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Is there objection? Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion to proceed. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Hirono Murphy, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mrs. Murray, okay, no, do you, yeah. Cardin, Cantwell. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Brett, Smith, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Senator. Paul. Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell. I got him. Thank you. Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer. Did he say aye? Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Oops. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Butler, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Helmy, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Ms. Lummis? No. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Casey, aye. Oops, I shouldn't have done that. Senators voting in the negative. Barrasso, Bozeman, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, Marshall, Moran, Murkowski, Paul, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Not Manchin. Mr. McConnell, no. Thank you. Mr. Lee, no. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Cruz, no.
The yeas are 46, the nays are 39. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 790.
The question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker.
Thank you, though. Cotton, that must be on your left. Thank you.
Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith,
Oh, wow, 10 a.m.
Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock,
So these two roll call votes.
Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young.
Couldn't even swing 11.
Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Brown, Butler, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Hassan, Heinrich, Helmy, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Stabenow, Warner, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cotton, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hovind, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, McConnell, Moran, Mullen, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Tillis, Wicker. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Coons, aye.
The yeas are 46, the nays are 38. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Gail A. Weilheimer of Pennsylvania to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania.
Cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby
What are you, tired,
move
Gary?
to a closed debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar 790, Gail A. Weilheimer of Pennsylvania to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names. I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Is there objection? Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Peters. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Booker. Markey, Smith. Okay. I got you. I did. I got you. Mr. Reed. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Bozeman. I did, thank you. Welch. Thank you. Murray, yeah, thank you. Graham. I don't. You're an aye. Thank you. Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt. Paul. Thank you. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey. Thank you. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Thank you. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy. Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono. what happened. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King. Yes. Yes. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Butler, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Helmy, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Stabenow, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Whitehouse. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, McConnell, Moran, Murkowski, Paul, Risch, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Wyden. Aye. Mr. Lee. No. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mrs. Britt? No. Mr. Schmidt? No. Mr. Mullen? No. Mr. Cruz? No. Mr. Ricketts? No. Mr. Budd? No. Mr. Brown, aye. The motion is agreed to.
The yeas are 46, the nays are 38. The motion is agreed to.
Right before he falls in love.
Realize way too late before you did this. Oh, right. Half an hour ago. And I just wrote, you should go home.
This one, I moved to.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, we have one final vote tonight. Votes will resume at 11:30 a.m. tomorrow. I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar 817.
The question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin?
Gary.
Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Helmy, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Brown, Butler, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Collins, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Helmy, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Shaheen, Smith, Stabenow, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Wyden. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, McConnell, Moran, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Wicker, Young.
The ayes are 46, the nays are 36. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Sharad Harshad Desai of Arizona to be United States District Judge for the District of Arizona.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 817, Sharad Harshad Desai of Arizona, to be United States District Judge for the District of Arizona, signed by 17 senators as follows.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to legislative session be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate complete its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, November 19th. That following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed. Following the conclusion of morning business, the Senate proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the Kasubi nomination. Further, that the cloture motion with respect to the Kasubi nomination ripen at 11:30 a.m. That following the cloture vote, the Senate recess until 2:15 p.m. to allow for the weekly caucus meetings. Further, that if all cloture is invoked on the Kasubi nomination, all time be considered expired at 2:15 p.m. Finally, that if any nominations are confirmed during Tuesday's session, of the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
If there's no other business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.